Well, hello everyone. As I mentioned in chat, I've been having some internet problems. Unfortunately, that's why I was unable to stream on Sunday, which was quite upsetting. Verizon kept me waiting for a response for quite some time. But I had thought things were better. I lost internet connection briefly today, though, which gave me a little bit of a spook, but it might be back and stable. We'll find out. Let's see here. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Kawaii. And I suppose we'll jump straight into the game. Alright, last time we left off for the Darkest Dungeon, we had just defeated the Sonorous Prophet, the second boss of the ruins. And our current event is Town is Abuzz. We've already done this one, so I'm not going to bother reading it out. I'll double check what we need for our next town upgrade. Okay, 200 crests. We're a ways off. And I suppose we'll just immediately set out to the next adventure. That is a very interesting item, Dubious Medicine. I might go for that. That is also super good. No, we'll do this, because I don't believe we have any good items for the Crusader. Yes, today we will hunt the Siren. Haunting melodies and other worldly bass notes echo from the cliffs beneath the manor. Discover the source and silence it. But who will we send? We'll use the Duchess. The Slayer. We'll need a healer. The sisters will do. All right, I think this will be the team. Yeah, that's decent for magic items. Hello, the only table. Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry that I'm streaming a bit earlier than I said I would on the schedule, but I was having internet problems all of Sunday, and I thought it coming back meant I would be fine, but our internet went down again earlier today, so I fear for the worst. Only table says, no worries. I'll let the narrator speak.
And there was a time when I could walk the streets or raise a glass in the tavern without concern for molestation. Faithful as the tide, one precocious village waif made it her hobby to shadow my every errand. It was charming then, troublesome later.
Alright. You said, no worries, I wanted to check out this stream. I've heard good things about Darkest Dungeon. Yes, it is a very fun game, and I guess since you've never played before, I'll go over the sort of beginnings. There is this haunted manor, and the lands around it have been corrupted by the actions of our ancestor, and we got a letter calling for us to go there and take this land for ourselves as it's our birthright. So we are basically a nobleman managing a group of adventurers and sending them in to kill the monsters there. Long load time on this map. Usually they're much shorter. Oh, there we go.
I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif.
Looks like there's some treasure down below, but we're just going to go straight for the boss.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
And yes, we've come to the coves at the side of the manor, where there was a harbor once, and we're here to kill a siren, one of the early game bosses. Our party right now is not super representative for how typical Darkest Dungeon parties look, because there are 3 of these classes are from mods that I have included. Martin Seo's mod pack. Okay, unfortunately, that is quite a lot of damage for an early game fight. It's a bit worrying.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Diminished.
And since you're unfamiliar, I'll go over a few of the classes that we're using right here, so you can be a bit more familiar. In the front right now, we have the Sisters, which is a scholar and a warrior, and one of them died, and is now... They basically take turns possessing the remaining body between them. And one form is like a healer and debuffer, and the other is a melee fighter. There's the one in front right now, the Duchess, who is... I forget what the game calls them. It might be Blood Fiend, it might be something else. Basically, vampires, but leeches instead of bat-based. And she's here to... Because one of the second DLC is heavily focused on them, and she's here to kill the leader of the local, like, semi-vampires. Let's see here. Only Table says, gosh, the Sisters class already sounds so cool. DD has a sequel as well, right? Yes, that is true. There is a sequel out as of 2 years ago, I believe. I have yet to actually touch it because I've been wanting to come back and beat this game a second time before I go on to play the sequel. I beat this game a long time ago before some of the most recent content was added. The one in the third position right now is the Cataphract, who was... actually, I'm trying to remember the story. This is a DLC class. It was a warrior who has a... their horse died in combat. I can't remember all the details, sorry. The one in the last position right now is the Slayer, who is a modded class. Just think of them as the Marine from Doom, but instead of a Marine, they're a British, like, police, a bobby.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. system is broken. Maintain the offensive.
So yeah, a cornerstone of the Darkest Dungeon sort of theme is that you're playing the guy who hired these adventurers, not the adventurers themselves. So they are all extremely expendable and can die very easily when doing these expeditions. So, she definitely needs to heal up. A lot of these things I'm collecting either give us money when we get back to town, or are used for upgrading facilities. And we often come across things in the background like giant oyster, a live oyster, who knows what value it hides. And we can try and use various items we bring into the dungeon to interact with them, like a shovel. The shovel prevents the oyster from closing, and now we can get a bunch of money. The only table says, what is the black crest appearing over some of the character sprites? I'll have to see when it happens. I think what you might be referring to is the stress meter.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Yes, it's sort of like a, I forget what it's called. It's a black version of what in Christianity is usually gold that appears around, like from their shoulder to their other shoulder above their head. That is their stress increasing. So everyone has a stress meter out of 200. When it gets to 100, they are afflicted and will act in some, like, everyone has, like, a secret madness associated with their character. You don't know what it is until they hit 100 stress. And, some of them are, like, abusive, and they'll, like, verbally abuse other teammates, increasing their stress during combat, or are, what are the words, like masochistic, they'll refuse healing and various things like that. And if you get to 200 stress, they actually just die of a heart attack. Yeah, exactly. Stress management is maybe even more important than health management in combat. Okay, we can see that this guy in the back is going to bleed out on his turn, so he's effectively dead. Okay, easy battle. And I'll show this off. The Duchess, I mentioned she's like a sort of leech vampire. There we go. Going into this form gives her more powerful melee attacks and self-healing, but it actually gives stress to everyone else on the team very quickly.
fortune, waiting to be spent.
Let's see here, and inventory management is also a big part of the game. I think everything I have is more valuable than these things. Except maybe I'll trade out the shovel with the bandages, which I will use right away to clear away some rubble. The only table says I might be too stressed out by a giant leech. Okay, we got the boss coming up in a couple map nodes, so we take a rest. And everyone has downtime activities that they bring with them too. Okay, this one's very good. We are less likely to be surprised. We're more likely to surprise monsters. Can't be ambushed at night. Okay, both of these are super interesting. So this one reduces everyone's stress. And he will ignore stealth for 4 battles. How much do I got left? Alright, that's it for this downtime.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Up here you can see there's a light mechanic as well. Our torch dims over time. There is technically some advantage to being at lower light levels, such as you're more likely to crit when it's dark, but you're also more likely to be crit, you do less scouting, monsters crit you more, tons of stuff.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration.
Our Slayer is at death's door, so when you get to 0 HP you don't actually die, you get to death's door, which gives you a huge debuff, and anytime you are hit at death's door there's a random % chance that you'll then actually die. The only table says, oh, that's a nice mechanic. Can you progress? Yes, you can get out of Death's Door by healing. That gets you Death's Door's recovery. It's less of a debuff. And you can get rid of Death's Door's recovery while resting. I know the Vestal and the Crusader and at least one other class have a way to actually get rid of Death's Door's recovery. But it's not easy to get rid of it. Yeah, that was another battle that was way worse than it had any right to be. Okay, just one more battle. Unfortunately, it's the boss battle. I'm throwing away a lot of useful curios.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. The aquatic devils have remade the poor girl in their image. She is their queen and their slave.
So yeah, that's the big mechanic with this boss. She charms one of your party members.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
I'll spend a couple rounds buffing up the Duchess before I have her transform.
And now the true test. Hold fast.
She survived. Oh no. Okay, the sisters are down. This is very bad.
Masterfully executed.
Slayer is probably the worst one for her to take. Okay, that was a very good dodge. Still don't know if I can actually win this.
Executed with impunity. The blood quickens. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Okay, I gotta check. So, a big part of the Slayer's kit is that he's very good at dealing with bosses. Okay, plus 10 accuracy, because all of his abilities increase the stats of Bound for Glory, which you can use once per fight. I think we might be getting close to the point where I just have to do it. No, I'll go one more turn.
Well struck. Perched at the very
Okay, Slayer's back at Death's Door. Ah, that did a lot less damage than I was hoping.
The will to fight falters.
Okay, Slayer's down.
Behold, the abyss is made manifest.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a party wipe here.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost. Precision and power.
So yeah, Duchess's turn was taken for me as part of her Affliction Ravenous. I kind of wonder though, Duchess is at full HP. I wonder if she can just end up soloing this battle. I don't know what happens when you get down to just one person. Does she stop doing the mind control ability? I guess we'll find out.
strike.
A couple more crits like that and I'll actually win.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
It's lucky that I failed to hit on the riposte there against the cataphract. If I end up beating this by just riposting my way to victory, that's going to be not how I assumed I would win this.
This is no place for the weak.
Well, damn it.
Hardy.
The boss is down to 1 HP, and I went on the riposte.
Depths. She has no
That was the most scuffed fight possible. Oh, and I left behind a lot of items. I really need some of these. These were the items I gave. Some of these were the items I gave to various party members. Thank you for the clapping only table. Your fallen enemies don't know the fight was scuffed. Now they're dead. Very true. Very good outlook for someone playing this game. And my favorite vanilla or modded classes. The sisters are probably my favorite modded class. I really like how they feel to play, because there's a lot of hidden complexity in how their mechanics work. Aside from that, I love the aesthetic of the Slayer. Bit unwieldy to actually use, but they're not bad. Well, I'll show you what the rest of them look like. Let me get back to town. Oh, we got an achievement for that. Lone survivor. Kill a boss with 1 surviving party member.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
All right. So this is the rest of the team we have. We got a couple highwaymen. They look like this guy. We got a grave robber. Our Duchess survived. We have 2 Vestals, sort of cleric types. This is a modded class called the Sibyl. This is my first time ever playing with this modded class, so I still don't have much of an opinion about them. They have a lot of... They switch between 3 forms, sun, moon, and eclipse, and their abilities all do different things based on what form they're in. So they're pretty hard to learn, honestly. Occultist, which the first time I played the game, I don't think this was my favorite class, but I think it was my second favorite class. They have a very strange healing ability, which heals but also applies bleed to your teammates, so it's hard to work around, but very rewarding. Flagellant, a class with super high damage, very tanky, but they apply bleeding to themselves, and the longer the fight goes on, the more bleeding they do per turn. So, it incentivizes very quick battles. Only Table says, gotcha, so there's vanilla, DLC, and modded classes, absolutely. The modding scene for this game is actually quite big. I really recommend that if you play, you at least give the modding scene a look. This Werewolf, this one is not a Martin Seo mod. It's one of the few mods I have that's not done by that team. But I think the Werewolf is very thematically appropriate. It's very balanced. It's a very high damage version of the Aberration, which is a vanilla class, but the Werewolf is it's very, very similar, just more damage focused instead of sort of damage utility tanking mixture. Hellion is kind of like a berserker. Oh, we just got a follower. Helen Smith, welcome, welcome. I am the Mostly Harmless Obelisk. I primarily play horror games. I also play mystery, fantasy, and every Friday I do classic book readings. Last week we did 2 H.P. Lovecraft short stories, and I have yet to pick the story we're going to be doing this Friday, but I'm thinking of going back to another Poe short story, Edgar Allan Poe. But yes, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Let's see here. We got Plague Doctor, of course. Can't have a game set in this era without Plague Doctors. They do buffing and debuffing. That's our other cleric. We got a Highwayman, and we got a Crusader. Exactly what you probably think. They're the sort of just basic, tanky sort of class. Let's see what we got. We got 3 new people who want to join. Another Duchess, a Houndmaster, which is a buffer and debuffer, little bit of a tank, and the Seraph, which is a class I have had a notoriously bad time trying to play. They're kind of difficult to get my head around. They do, mainly they're a tank with a little bit of self-healing, and then I think if you get them low enough, they have an ability where they can do one huge AoE attack against the enemies per battle, I think is how they work. They require you to have lots of teammates who use the Mark ability, which I know the Houndmaster and the Arbalist have. I have neither a Houndmaster nor Arbalist. And I personally very much dislike the Houndmaster. They're very difficult to use for me. So I think I'll avoid these 2. And I already have a Duchess I'm leveling up, so I'll skip her as well. But in town we got an item seller. I personally never use that. Blacksmith and guild for leveling up armor, weapons, and skills. I'm just seeing if I can upgrade anything in town. And we got a sanitarium. Our Duchess took a lot of stress last combat, so we have to send her to the bar or the sanitarium to relieve her stress. What is going on? Bloodthirsty. She'll only gamble, and there's already just someone taking up a slot in the gambling house, so she can't gamble this week. Very annoying.
Strong drink, a game of chance, and companionship.
I can't do anything with the Duchess this week. And we have a sanitarium. Everyone has quirks. You can get rid of bad quirks or lock in good quirks at the sanitarium. I'm just going to take a very quick look to see if there's something I want to get rid of. Yeah, I want to get rid of off guard on our highwayman. And we'll embark. I'm taking a quick look to see if any of these quests can give us a good item. Wow, I really would have loved this item for the sisters if I still had my sisters. They're gone now. This is a really powerful item if you want to build a melee-focused Plague Doctor. Our only Plague Doctor is very debuff focused though, so not useful for them. I'll do this mission. Even though I don't have a sisters, I'll get another one eventually. Oh yes, I always offer people this option. If you would like me to rename any of our current party members, except the ones who have already been renamed, we have Summertime the Occultist and Kawaii Kawaii, the Plague Doctor, and Lardo Lum, the Hellion. If you want anyone else to be named after you, let me know in the comments. Or in chat, I mean. I need to unlock a skill. What's it called? That's it, Breakthrough. And I often prioritize upgrades on people who have been named. I'm noticing I have a distinct lack of people to put in the back row now. Only Table says, can I be a party member? I'm not picky, so whatever's fine. Well, if you're not picky, I suppose... Well, you came in, and we had our first achievement of last remainer. What was it called? Last one standing. So let's name the Duchess after you. The Only Table. There we go. Glad you seem to like the choice. The Duchess is definitely a fun class to use. I don't particularly like using her in most stages, but she definitely shines once you get to the DLC content, which is definitely what she's intended to be used for. A lot of her magic items that are specific for her only activate when you're in DLC areas. While this loads up, I'm going to go grab some more coffee.
Corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from these groves. Let us burn out this evil. If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
So let's see here. Old tree. This tree has a huge hole in the trunk. Perhaps there's something inside. Because I'm pretty new to the Weld, I don't know what interactions to use for which curio, so I'm probably going to waste a bunch. It said anti-venom protects against poisonous sap and insect bites. Or something like that. Only Table says, speaking of coffee, I should start batches of cold brew. It's warming up now. Thank you, another cold brew enjoyer. I don't know why, but I seem to always run into people online who hate on cold brew. Right now I'm just having drip coffee because I didn't plan ahead.
Disadvantage. Give them no quarter.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to put magic items on people. That's going to make this mission a little bit harder. But it's only a level 1 mission, so maybe I'm fine.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Annihilated. Foolish horrors. brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay, so our mission is complete 100% of room battles, so this one over here that was up north, no battle there, so I can just skip it. And we find a magic item for a class we've yet to encounter. Only Table says, drip coffee is a staple for me too. It's also my experience that folk don't like cold brew. Yes, I agree. People don't drink coffee for the flavor typically. I don't get it. I can't possibly understand. Oh my god, that was very quick. Oh, finally something good. So what just happened is sometimes, I mentioned everyone has a built-in affliction type, like abusive, masochistic, things like that. Some of them have a positive one called the virtue instead. And I guess we just found out what Summertime has. Summer has focused, which when you get it, it heals you stress, like immediately. So they effectively have 250 stress until they die of a heart attack. Very cool.
Strike. Of war can be healed, but never hidden.
So yeah, this is the whole thing about the werewolf is whenever they kill someone or a random chance when they use some of their abilities, they turn into a werewolf and end up dealing a lot of damage. And what I did on her first turn is give her an ability that makes enemies prefer to attack her, and gives like a riposte where she respawns each time she's hit.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I feel like I'm getting a little bit of lag in my game. How's it look on stream? Do you notice any stuttering? We don't know what's up north, so we have to go investigate, because it could be a room battle. It's stuttering a little. Okay. Hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. Unlike a lot of teams, I don't mind if the positioning on people gets a little messed up, because a lot of the people on this team have their own sort of repositioning abilities, except the occultist. The occultist has to be in the back 2 rows or loses some of their abilities.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. The bigger the beast, the greater the glory. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
I think I'm more likely to use anti-venom than a key, so I'll trade them out.
A fortune waiting to be spent. The light, the promise of safety.
I don't know the best way to interact with this thing. I might just want to leave it alone. Eerie spiderweb. A spiderweb with a strange glow to it. There might be something behind it. Nope, can't burn it down. Medicinal herbs? No effect. I'll ignore it. Sometimes the best idea in a haunted place like this is to simply not touch anything. Mummified remains. Ancient remains. The body looks well preserved. Can't burn it. Can't bury it. Wow. I guess we'll just loot it. Hero becomes diseased by the remains. Wonderful. It doesn't say what disease yet. I guess we have to wait until the end of the mission.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Yeah, this game doesn't like you actually interacting with things that you find. Maybe I should do that more to my players in my Dungeons & Dragons game. Just randomly punish them for trying to loot. Okay. We'll clear away the thorny thicket with a shovel. This should be our last room we have to investigate.
missteps are the exception, and not the rule.
Alright, last fight just against some dogs. Hopefully this is not so bad. Oh, she contracted rabies. I suppose a werewolf with rabies is, fitting. Alright, there we go. That's mission complete.
As victories mount, so too will resistance. The agents of pestilence will yet be driven from our
A decent outcome. Except for the disease. Alright, so these are the quirks we get. Soft on a frontliner is not good. Spiritual's okay. Slow draw's not great. Fast healer is whatever. Risk taker on a healer is bad. Yeah, this is all just bad. I got no good quirks. No well.
A fresh irritant.
And we're not getting any new events. Nothing positive. Okay, to the sanitarium with our werewolf to remove rabies. Minus 10 accuracy is very bad. Probably the worst quirk we got was slow draw. I believe our Duchess only table will only gamble to relieve stress. We'll send Summertime to the bar. Everyone else seems fine. Oh. 2 Lamias. Take a look at both of them. That's not so great. Nervous Bleeder is a weird one. I don't think bleeding is super common. So I'll take our second Lamia. And as I said, I just personally don't like Houndmaster very much. Although evasive on a Houndmaster is very good. Because they have a taunt effect. I might actually get this one.
A lawman and his faithful beast. A bond forged by battle and bloodshed.
Only table says don't knock it till you try it. What a crazy good item to drop, but we've never encountered a Wraith to recruit before. And we'd have to go after a boss. But maybe it's still worth it. I think we will try it. Let's go with a more seasoned team. Sorry, I was just checking something out real quick. Our highwayman refuses to join the party, I think. Oh no, yeah, without challenge, how am I to improve? I have no clue why he's refusing to join. Oh, I suppose all of our level 3 characters refuse. Well, instead of sending a seasoned team, we'll send just a random team. We'll try out our Sybil. I've only used her once before, and she seemed challenging to learn how to play. But we'll do our best. Perhaps... You know, I'd prefer to send in a flagellant. A grave robber. From what I remember, the Sybil has some abilities which cause blight on the enemy, and the grave robber gets bonuses for attacking blighted enemies. So that seems like a good match. And we'll send Lardo Lum back in. First, I'm going to... I was thinking of upgrading some people, but we don't actually have a lot of money. Well, let's get items on people. Dodge and protection is good. Or frontliner. We want accuracy on the barbarian. And bonus to their bleed effects. We don't really have anything for the grave robber. We have a item for the Sybil that improves healing. Yeah, I'll give a item to improve ranged accuracy for the grave robber. She has poison darts and throwing daggers, so I think that works out. And instead of lunge, I'll go by throw dagger. Hello? There we go. Game's getting a little unresponsive. There we go. We now have a ranged focused grave robber. Am I going to the right place? Yes, I am, to fight the hag. There we go. going in with plenty of items.
I had collected many rare and elusive volumes on ancient herbal properties, and was set to enjoy several weeks immersed in comfortable study. My work was interrupted, however, by a singularly striking young woman who insisted on repeated calls to the house.
Oh yeah, just checking for audio. Were you able to hear the sound of the narrator well? Only Table asks, how long does a run usually take in Darkest Dungeon? I assume a while, used to RimWorld going to 40 hours. I would say, yeah, anywhere between 25 to 60 hours is actually typical for Darkest Dungeon. The thing about this game is its kind of roguelike nature, where you build up a team, but people can die easily means a very good player can finish very quickly, and a bad player can continue to make progress even while not really learning the game so well. You'll eventually beat it, but it will take a very long time.
There is method in the wild.
Only Table says narrator's sound is good.
There's a form both wretched and malevolent.
Ah yes, I have both water and coffee crafts near me. I'm trying to do my best to stay hydrated. I used to be very bad about hydration, until quite recently. Oh, got a lot of food off of that by purifying a beast carcass. So yes, what just happened there? Our Sybil has compulsive as a negative quirk, so sometimes our party members will force us to interact with items. Curios, I mean. I really want to take these two out in the background because they have a very bad debuff they do. So yes, our Sybil, I mentioned before, has 3 phases. Sun, Moon, Eclipse. She just moved into Eclipse, which is sort of a debuff focus. And it's actually quite difficult to know how to use because her abilities in this form grant the enemy stealth, but then deal a lot more damage if the enemy is stealthed. She's pretty difficult to play because you have to carefully balance a bunch of positives and negatives. Yeah, that's the debuff I was talking about, Mark Prey. Because it makes these things do a more powerful ability.
Is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Now she's moving into Sun phase, and I love the animation and art so much for this.
give them no quarter.
It's like a high damage mode, but it also causes blight on your teammates, and the blight ramps up, just like how Flagellant ramps up their self-bleed. So you can quickly kill your own team by being in sun phase for too long.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
So now I want to move her back to moon phase, where she has a heal ability.
Back to the pit. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Okay, so we're looking for the hag, the boss of this area. I don't know which direction to look, so I'm just going to have to do my best and explore. Oh, and in case anyone is interested, we do have a Discord now. Discord. Let me double check that that link still works. Looks like it. So if you want to join the other dreamers on our Discord, just click that link in the chat.
Another one falls.
Oops. Thought that ability did damage. Oh well. I was going to die bleeding anyways. I don't know what this curio does, so I'm just going to ignore it. So yeah, these enemies have an ability that I forget how it works, but they can like revive or split apart or something.
Executed with impunity. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
There we go. Easy enough. I know they also have an ability to like form together. I'm a little unsure of how that mechanic works, but I figure I have to clear away the corpses.
wealth beyond measure.
So far this map is turning out much better than the last time we went after a boss. Okay, we see that there's nothing up ahead. So now we'll turn back and go west.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
So yes, Only Table, what do you think of the game so far now that you've seen a little bit of it?
Cleansed from our lands.
Sorry, did I say larger than Only Table? I meant Only Table.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Personally, I really love the, theming of this game. I really love the narrator's work. He did an excellent job.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
You definitely want to try it out. I super recommend doing it.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Oh, and I believe it was you who was posting last time I streamed about, what was it, RimWorld, one of the expansions or DLCs, where they had the, what was it, the Twisted Obelisk was one of the monsters. I saw it. They look so silly. I love them. I love them a lot. I should definitely give RimWorld a second try. I think I mentioned last time, but I had tried RimWorld once because I was a fan of Dwarf Fortress, but just like with Dwarf Fortress, it looked like it was going to take me a very long time to figure it out, and I think I just got distracted by other games and hadn't thought of it until you brought it up.
Surgical precision. This expedition at least promises success.
Alright. It could be to the left of us or 2 down. Because boss nodes are always sort of terminators on the map that have only connect to one other thing. So what I'm going to do is use our firewood to make a camp and heal everyone up.
Furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
Night moves is very good for extra scouting chance. Only Table says, yeah, the Anomaly DLC introduced a bunch of new threats. There are 3 obelisks. Colonists need to suppress the dark energy of the obelisks or risk being afflicted. Is there any sort of benefit to being afflicted? Because I know you can do some pretty crazy stuff with how you build your colonists and your empire and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. You think Rimworld is more approachable than Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, I will definitely give it a try. Trying to read over some of these things that people do. Everyone's topped up on HP, which is great. Okay, this will give my Flagellant extra speed. Okay, this is good for extra damage on my Hellion. Unfortunately, I don't have anything that prevents nighttime ambush. I guess I'll just have to deal with it. Yep, nighttime ambush. It's not a bad encounter, though. Could be much worse. Only Table says, there are benefits. For example, one of the obelisks creates a duplicate of a colonist. So if you have a very good colonist, and you have a way to deal with the bad parts, then you can build up a... That's funny.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Unfortunately, I don't get a scouting off, so I have to manually go check each of the nodes.
Cruel machinations spring to life,
and hope for the best. Those pages I've been discarding are journal pages. They give little lore blurbs. Oh, it's the boss.
A slathering testament to the powers of corruption.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Already got some bleed and blight off, that's great. Into the pot. I remember this effect from the first time I played. So yeah, we have someone in the pot. I could try and rescue them, I think, by attacking the pot itself. But I'll just try and kill the boss as quickly as possible. She's low on HP already. Let's see, I have a ranged attack. I have this, which I don't want to do because it gives stealth to the enemy. I'll buff everyone for extra accuracy. And now I can turn her into sun form. Yeah, big damage. Okay, this boss fight is going miles better than the Siren. And there we go, there's the kill already on turn, what is that, 2?
But less people will be eaten.
We got very close to losing our Grave Robber though. Okay, we can throw away some of these extra items we have. Excellent. That's a very clear kill. Very clean kill, rather. And that's a very good item we got as a quest reward. Once I get a Wraith, that is. Weld Adventurer's pretty good, so is Cove Adventurer. Oh, our, 2 of our people got diseased. When did that happen? Vertigo isn't actually, like, a super bad one to deal with, though. You can just choose to have people be diseased, and sometimes it isn't such a big deal. Witness is probably a good negative trait to have, because it keeps you from getting other negative traits, and there are other ways to relieve stress than prayer. Okay, everyone, I need to BRB. I will be back in just a couple minutes. And we're back already. Nothing to note about events. Hey, don't graffiti the obelisk. The obelisk already has plenty of writing on it. Also, hello, Sorry, trying to process how to say your name. Sadaz Ferrance. Sadaz Ferrance. Welcome in, welcome in. I am the Mostly Harmless Obelisk. I primarily stream horror and mystery and fantasy games, and every Friday I do classical readings. Last week we did H.P. Lovecraft. This week I think we'll do perhaps Edgar Allan Poe. And yes, I am... Oh, the mods you recommended. Unfortunately, I had forgotten to actually download them. I did check them out, though. Thank you for mentioning. Right. Sorry, I was totally forgetting that you have been here before. Oh my god. What a silly obelisk I'm being right now. I figured with a name like that I would remember how to say it if you had been here. Oh well. Well, we had just finished 2 bosses pretty much back to back. We did the Siren, and we just killed the Hag. I think we have only... let's see here. Actually, I can go check what we have for bosses. I think it's here.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
There we go. For the ruins, we got the Necromancer. Oh, we still got quite a lot to do for bosses. Okay. I think I will be taking this leper onto the team. We actually had several deaths recently. Our first run, when we killed the Siren, we lost a Slayer and a Sister and a Cataphract. Let's see. We'll cure rabies. I'm actually going to lock in... Oh, you can't lock in negative traits. Okay. I will not bother with locking anything in. I think I'll hold off on upgrading the blacksmith. I really want to upgrade... Oh, that just requires cress, which I have plenty of. I'll upgrade weaponsmithing. Sadaz Ferrance says, now that I think about it, I forgot which mods you recommended. Okay, so I remember you recommended primarily some convenience mods. There was people with higher levels can go to lower level locations, and there were a couple ones to make the game easier, such as stacking more items in the inventory. Only Table says gotta bounce, but thank you. Absolutely, thank you so much for stopping by, Only Table. I'm still personally on the fence as if I want to do any mods that make the game easier. I might just want to keep it as is. For making the game hard, but for true convenience mods, I'll think about it. Like if I get closer to the end of the game and I need to power level up party members, I might install the one that lets higher level people go to lower level locations. Survival guide is a very interesting item. Flatulence collar, I love that one. Okay, Falconer is another modded class that we have yet to find. I really need to upgrade our wagon. The stagecoach, that's it. Yeah, I'll do that right away.
Great heroes can be found even here, in the mud and rain.
I think I'll go for this dubious medication. So we need a healer. We just got a new Lamia. They'll have to do. No good magic items for her, though. And instead of this flagellant, we just got a leper. Where are they? I'll send in the leper. So they have an ability that marks themselves as a target. They have a self-heal. A buff for more damage. Sort of normal attack. I really want to get... Yeah, I want to change these up. That's probably good. Oh, I totally missed. This is a long expedition, our first one. That's probably good.
pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar. Now,
Alright, we gotta explore 90% of rooms.
if only treasure could staunch the flow of other.
And we already know there's a secret location here, because of the scouting we started with. Interesting item. On melee attack, bleed. And it works on riposte. That's super good. I might actually want to trade this out because I know our werewolf does a lot of riposting. That's super interesting. Yep, priority is to kill the person with the gun.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
I forgot how much damage the leper does, even at level 0.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I kind of really... you know, crest is the one thing I have a lot of. I can afford to leave it behind. Send the leper into the confession booth. The hero is resolved of sin. He lost one of his negative traits.
To the pit. A death by inches. Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Wow, already used up our skeleton keys.
A handsome reward.
I'll skip picking up the blood. right now. I haven't even started the DLC content that requires it.
Precision and power. Executed with impunity. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, I cleared up this wing, but there's still quite a lot to explore. Hello, summertime. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, and once again, sorry I was unable to stream this Sunday. I was having problems with my internet.
Purpose is made clear.
I know you were looking forward to Sunday, I believe you said. It's been a good day? Good. Oh yeah, summertime, you missed it. The very first mission I did today, because I started early, we were up against the Siren, and we lost 3 team members, so our death count went from 1 to 4 in a single mission. It was pretty crazy. Yes, you're still alive. Yeah, this game is totally like that.
Weapon that cuts on its own. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Okay, unfortunately we gotta do 2 battles going this way, but I think this is just the most time-efficient passage.
A fortune
Or path.
spent.
Okay, we got the surprise.
How quickly the tide turns. The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
I forgot that the Lamia isn't actually a very good healer on her own. I probably wanted to bring her with someone else.
Cursed champion falls. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall. Annihilated.
Okay, stress on the Lamia is actually getting to be a problem. She does have an ability to remove stress, but not from herself.
Soothed. Sedated.
Guess I just have to attack these corpses, so maybe the leper can attack the archer. Nope, no chance. Well, he can heal himself.
As victories mount, so too will resistance. glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
I wonder how to clean. I think. Oh, I think you need holy water to clean this. So I'll ignore it. Okay, our werewolf has 95% disarm chance because she has a trinket for that. And we'll use one of our firewoods now.
But yonder, a glint of gold.
That's interesting. Our werewolf has the ability to craft smelling salt. I don't know what that item is. I've never seen this before. Okay, those are some good-ish abilities, but I don't know that I'll use them. Leper has a bunch of resist-based abilities. Okay, night moves for bonus to scout chance, really good. Stalk prey. Yeah, really good for ambushing. Okay, immodest vanity reduces stress on our Lamia. Really good. Definitely what I need. Aside from that, encouraged to reduce some more stress. And some resistances on our leper. Okay, I think that's pretty good.
The light, the promise of safety.
If we had prevents nighttime ambush, that would still be perfect for downtime abilities, but otherwise, this is good enough. Yeah, that Lamia giving plus 30% chance to ambush enemies is actually super good. I really like that. I'll pull this cultist forward so our werewolf and leper can attack it. Because it looks like stress is going to be a bigger problem for me than HP. Yeah, definitely. Man, our leper is taking a ton of damage, even though I used a bonus to protection ability on him. Okay, that's the cultist acolyte down. Yikes. Lamia being at death's door already is terrible.
Eradicated. Decimated.
I'll try and get as much healing in as possible before this combat is over. Never mind, combat ended for me. Only so much he can do for planning.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
That's not good. I just realized I have no food left. I might have to retreat from this mission. So my goal is shifting more towards gather loot and make it out.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end. In Radiance, may we find victory.
We'll see how I feel things are going after this fight, if I want to retreat.
Another one falls. Unnerved, unbalanced.
Yeah, Lamia is going to get her affliction.
There can be no hope in this hell.
Hopeless is perhaps not the worst one for her, but not the best. Well, actually, there probably isn't a best one.
This expedition at least promises success.
Let me think. We need to do 90% of rooms to complete the mission. We've done... Or we have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Out of 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, I don't think I can complete this without doing this room battle that's blocking off the rest. So I'll go figure out what these remaining curios are, and then retreat back to the hamlet.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Oh, good to know our werewolf is focused.
Clarity in the eye of the storm.
Now we can turn back. It's just a torch.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it
We'll
must be
retreat.
carried home. Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
We got plenty of money at least. Sorry, I was just thinking about what I want to do for the sanitarium. I think I'll just let everyone keep those traits they have. Fear of Unholy on the werewolf is perhaps the only thing I'm worried about.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Sending people in to receive treatment. Alright, we get a couple classes here that we have not seen before. The first is Falconer. This is another modded class. It gets, let's see here, I'm trying to remember how it works. Yes, all of their abilities have, most of their abilities rather, have two forms. For example, here you see Quick Shot and Crippling Shot. Their base effects are the same, the accuracy crit mod, in fact that they deal extra damage against marked targets, but the mode that they're in has different effects, either buffing self for speed or debuffing the enemy. And you have Adapt, which, you know, puts you in one mode or the other. But mostly they're a very ranged focus class, kind of like an Arbalist, with a little bit of melee highwayman mixed in. I'll definitely be taking a Falconer. Oh, we're full. Can I expand the barracks? I cannot. I'm gonna get rid of this second flagellant. I don't really ever plan to use them.
Send this one to journey elsewhere, for we have need
The
of sterner
Omen
stock.
Seeker, I remember being very focused around stun effects. Yeah, stuns and debuffs and some ranged damage. Oh yeah, and this ability, which is very interesting, it is a weak attack, but it cures blight and bleed on the enemy, and if they're bleeding or blighted, they take a lot of extra damage. Yeah, and they have a good pull effect. Yeah, a good combination of debuffs and damage can be used pretty flexibly for what location in the party they're in. I might take the Omen Seeker. Okay, I'm getting rid of the Houndmaster so I can take the Omen Seeker.
Another soul battered and broken, cast aside like a spent torch.
What do I need to upgrade experienced recruits? Level 2 Instructor Mastery, Level 2 Armor Smith. And let's see here, Summertime says, I'm surprised I haven't gone rogue, very proud. Oh, what do you mean by that? You haven't gone insane yet or something? Let's see here. Actually, you have gotten to 100 stress a couple missions ago, and I found out your character has the focused affliction. So that's actually very, very lucky. And once again, if anyone wants to have a character named after them, simply say so in the chat. Let's see, I need 20 deeds to upgrade armor smithing. And 15 portraits for instructor. I have a lot of money, so I can upgrade people. That's good enough for now. It's a pretty good flagellant item, but it's a level 3 mission, so that worries me a little. It's an interesting cataphract item, but I think I'll skip it. Yeah, I need to level up people first. I really don't like any of these rewards. I'm just going to do a easy, short mission. We'll get to test out the Falconer. Who else do I want to level up? The Omen Seeker. I suppose this Highwayman. Kind of wish I had a way to stun or mark. But I don't really have anyone for those. Yeah, this is a very unoptimal team. But it will have to do. It's a short adventure anyways. What's the worst that could happen?
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares. They must be flushed out.
You know, it might just be my imagination, but I feel as if the time it takes to load these maps has increased since the last time I played.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Wow, the Omen Seeker sure has attracted their attention. I wonder why.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Another mariner, another misfortune.
Okay, big priority on killing this guy in the back. His heals are way better than the ones I can do.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Precision and power.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have a lot of power for breaking through high protection enemies.
Trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Summertime says, Ayo, the pirate girl's kind of sus. Not a pirate, more of like a treasure hunter? Omen Seeker is the name. It's medium amount of sus compared to some of the stuff on the Steam Workshop, I'd say. Low amount even. I think this is actually just the model of, what is it? The shopkeeper from, what's the, shopkeeper from town, who you can buy, magic items from. You're not wrong, Summertime. It's just, lore accurate, we'll call it.
This momentum.
And we're definitely not going to say anything about what it looked like when that snail used brine on her. Okay, we cleanse the fish carcass and get some food out of it. I suppose these adventurers must be pretty desperate if they're willing to have fish carcass like that. I'm just going to leave that chest alone. I know it can cause bleeding if you try to open it. And I don't have enough shovels to deal with it.
Curious is the trap maker's art, his efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
This might be the last room we have to encounter. We'll see.
Inspiration and improvement.
Oh wow, that's a huge hit. Yeah, our Omen Seeker didn't do so well this mission.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose. Eradicated.
Well, we got one more battle left. This is a little scary. A little bit more tense than a level 1 short mission has any right to be. I wonder if I can cleanse this with holy water.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
I should have used up the rest of my food in the inventory before I started this battle. That one's on me.
Surgical precision. And now the true test. Hold fast or expire. A death denied. For now.
Okay, at least the Falconer's doing semi-consistent damage, and our Highwayman's been alright as well.
A devastating blow.
But I can't help but feel this Omen Seeker's just been dead weight. But at least the mission is done.
At last, wholesome marine life can flourish. If indeed there is such a thing.
Oh, our Sybil gets evasive, which is an excellent ability for anyone to get. And our Falconer leveled up.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Let's see what's in our stagecoach. I'll only be picking any of these if they have extremely good starting quirks. Not particularly. Manslayer on a Seraph is fine, but not what I want. I think I'll save money by not sending anyone to the sanitarium this day. So, unmovable helmet. I know that there is a way to make a bounty hunter based on who makes use of movement skills, but I don't think I want to play a bounty hunter like that. I've yet to find a decent man-at-arms, so no reason to go for that item in particular. That's an okay flatulent item. Thinking over where to go. Alright, a medium expedition for this blood charm sounds good. We'll try and make better use of the falconer. And of the Lamia. Flagellant. And the Sibyl. But before we do, I'm going to send our falconer to the guild. Where is she? I don't think I want this skill because it's just sort of a thing to shuffle enemies around, but I will take these. So Eye Thief to mark targets and then to bleed them. An ability to move to the back rows. A forward move ability with damage, bonus damage against marked. And her adapt skill to change stance. I think that's a better way to use the falconer, considering I don't have someone to give mark support already. Because I have 2 healers this time, I don't mind using the Selfish Bracer on the Lamia. And this Flagellant should get some items to improve tanking. That's good enough. I think that's good for starting out. And while this map loads, I'm going to go to the BRB screen. It will just be one moment. And I'm back even before the map loads in.
Corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from these groves. Let us burn out this evil.
Alright, there's a curio right here that we can pick up. And then backtrack. I guess we just popped all of our anti-venoms right away. And we found an item. Bleed resist on a flagellant is actually a really good thing, I think. So I'll drop that there.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Oh, I miss that the Lamia needs to be in the back 2 rows to use her abilities as a human.
Returns even the boldest gaze.
This madman keeps dodging everything. Okay, so I need to be in the second stance in order for Eye Thief to mark target. There we go. So now that she's in the back row, I can use Arietta to remove horror and heal stress. Now that Sybil's near the front, she can use Solar Flare as AoE. Yeah, totally, all of this is definitely calculated and not just me doing random things.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving. Grievous injury, palpable fear.
I'll get some healing off. Alright, that opening turn with the Madman actually was quite bad for stress on my team. But I think this is still going to work out. Yeah, that's 8 damage on this guy over here. Summertime says, not going to lie, really impressed how some artists can replicate this art style so well. You mean for the modded classes? I absolutely agree. There have been some, I mean, the Sybil and the Falconer. No, actually just all of them. I think they all work so well. Then again, anyone who can do really good modding really impresses me.
onslaught. Destroy them all.
Another madman. That's not good.
Devastating blow. Death by inches. The match is struck. A blazing star is born. A singular strike.
Yeah, I screwed up my team comp with just the Lamia Falconer sort of thing isn't working out so well. I should have had a ability on the Falconer to move her forward, then this would have worked.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption.
Didn't bring enough shovels.
Formed with misintent.
Okay, let's hope this time I can kill that madman before he gets a turn off. If so, that would be really big. Okay, that's it. That's good. Really good.
fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I gotta cycle our Sybil back to her moon form so I can start healing up the flagellant. Oh, actually I can just use this. Exsanguinate. It's a skill flagellant only can use at 40% HP or below, and it does some self-healing. And unfortunately, our Lamia is on stress relief duty. Sorry if you're getting annoyed by the sound that plays every time Ario goes off.
Nightmarish creatures can be felt, they can be beaten.
I'm gonna try something. I'm going to move... Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. There we go. I'm gonna try moving our Falconer forward and our Lamia to the back. Let's see how that works as a party order. Yes, I see what I did now. That was wrong with the Falconer. Her ability that moves her forward cannot be used from the back row.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
So yeah, this is the downside with the Sybil when she's in, I think it's all of her abilities in Sun form, blight the party when she uses them. But I can use the Lamia to cure blight, so I think it will work out. Okay, so she has the ability, Falconer has the ability to give herself stealth, and then flank is bonus damage while stealthed.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Okay, good. The two ones in the back row are going to take enough blight and bleed damage that they won't survive next turn.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for
I do
in
need to
blood.
collect as many busts as possible. I suppose I'll just throw my holy water on someone to give a temporary buff. I think I want my Lamia to stand back. It was much better when the Falconer was in the 1 or 2 position. So I'm really trying to understand. I can't imagine why the Sybil would ever want to use the Banish ability. It seems like it actually doesn't give any advantage except for one of her follow-up abilities like Fairy Fire. But even then, it's still not a lot more damage against a stealthed target. Just doesn't seem worth it.
Executed with impunity. Another one falls. This expedition at least promises success.
Not great.
Frustration and fury, more destructive than 100 cannons. Decimated. Begone, fiend.
Okay, battle's over. The fact that we got an affliction on the Lamia already, not good, but I think we can come back from it. We got 4 nodes left to possibly do. I will use firewood and make a camp. We have plenty of food. And Immodest Vanity will reduce some of that stress. Or not. It did nothing. Wow. I guess because she has abusive, it didn't remove any of her stress. God damn it. Okay, heightened senses. Yeah, heightened senses is a really good downtime ability. And camouflage will be good since she's using the ability to move backwards and then stealth. I don't have any other abilities to remove stress from the Lamia. I guess she'll use Pep Talk on someone. So technically, there is an ability to unlock new camping abilities for characters, but I find myself never using it. It just seems like a not great return on investment, considering you're already spending so much on the sanitarium and upgrading weapons, armor, skills. Yeah, this one's not a very special encounter. Should be over very quick. I'll give the Falconer stealth for the next combat.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
You know what? I don't have any anti-venom, but oh, we have bandages. Bandages protect the hero's hand during the search. I thought for some reason you could only use anti-venom when investigating those. Now I know. Yeah, it was too long since last combat, so she didn't get the stealth bonus. Oh well, it's not super important.
The flesh is knit.
Okay, you know what? I think I've been looking at this a little wrong. I've been trying to manage the overflowing stress from the Lamia, but everyone else's stress has been very low for the most part. So I'm going to try and make more aggressive use of the Lamia by turning into her monster form. So let's see here, she can move back, move forward. This doesn't move her at all. I think all of those are valid actions right now. If Mark Prey had to go on anyone, going on the Flagellant is definitely the best option for me, because he has a self-heal ability if he starts getting low. And I think he just has more HP than other people, but not by a lot.
triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Okay, I gotta think about this. I think I care more about just about anything than collecting blood right now. So we'll drop that.
If only treasure could staunch the flow.
And I care about portraits more than money.
Corruption.
Care more about dealing damage to get rid of this acolyte than anything. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to stop her from using her ability. Or maybe I can. Dodge. Okay.
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Plenty of misses from both me and the enemy. And I'll start using Arietta to heal stress.
As victories mount, so too will resistance. The way is lit, the path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Something that I think might have been a sensible ability for the Falconer, or perhaps some of the other classes that use stealth to have, is the ability to use, apply stealth to themselves outside of combat. Because I notice now, like, the Falconer wants to have stealth, obviously, to use her forward attacking ability. And if you're especially ambushing an opponent and they're surprised, it would make sense for you to be able to just start the combat with stealth. I don't know, maybe there's like a trinket that does that, or one of those rare quirks, but I haven't seen it. A lot of damage on the falconer. Just not enough to kill this fungus creature.
Abatement.
Okay, the healing is stabilizing.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Okay, I'm not going to bother with those last two rooms. Let's escape.
Will yet be driven from our woods.
Got some levels up. But some diseases too. Oh, luminous on our flagellant. Very good. Let's see, for classes, there's Librarian, which I've gone over a little bit before. They're a jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none sort of class. Similar to the Antiquarian, personally, I don't like them very much. A bit more on the buff side than the Antiquarian. Checking the traits on the others. Nothing exciting for me. Instructor Mastery. I'm not going to make immediate use of it, but it gets me a little bit closer to the best upgrade in the game. Experienced Recruits. Yes, I want to get rid of this disease on the Lamia as soon as possible.
Experimental techniques and tonics can overcome things a sharpened sword cannot.
Who needs to relieve stress? We got the Falconer, the Sybil, good enough for now. We'll take a look at what missions we have. Okay, the Brigand 8-pounder is one of the bosses for the Weld. That looks like a pretty good ability for the Occultist, but personally I use the Occultist as a healer first and foremost. So that's not for him. Or for me, rather. Decent flagellant item, but I rather like the healing skill that they have. Alright, I think I have one more expedition left in me. We will be doing Let Sleeping Evils Lie. Your ancestor was receiving eldritch relics via marine shipments. Find and return them to town, where they can be stored safely out of the hands of greater evils. Medium apprentice level. So we want to get people who we can level up. A leper is good. I probably want to change out his skills. Purge or Hue are things that I want. Perhaps we can send a Vestal in for healing. Bounty Hunter. And a Highwayman. This is probably good enough. You already have items. You need a healing item. Bonus health. Only table. I still live. Yes, yes you do. Actually, maybe I do want to send you in. And get you a level up. I really don't want to give you a plus stress item. That sounds like a very bad idea. Debuff resist is good. We'll give this bounty hunter the plus damage item. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Alright, we'll see how this adventuring party deals with a medium-length adventure. I don't expect any difficulty since there's multiple level 2s present.
Recover these lost shipments of rarities, that we may prevent them from falling into even less scrupulous hands.
I think what was causing me the biggest problem last time I went to the cove was the lack of status effects that were very good for dealing with those, they're like octopus people with the shields. This one, Pelagic Guardian, I didn't have very good ability to deal with them, but the Grave Robber's Blight ability I think is particularly going to be good against them. We'll find out.
Is broken. Maintain the offensive. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Yeah, they had 0% blight resist, so this is working out.
Give them no quarter. As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Rare to see sapphires from a basic encounter. Alright, we can see that there's a curio and then nothing, so we'll encounter the curio. We'll cleanse the fish carcass. Gather some random stuff. I don't think jade is going to be very valuable. And we can back up. There we go. You know what? We'll put this health stone on only table. I think max health will be particularly useful on a Duchess since they're sort of a self-healing class with abilities that are kind of based on, how do you put it? How much HP they have remaining as a percentage. We'll use the torch right away. Eerie coral. There is something odd about this coral. We'll try antivenom. Bandage. Herbs. Cleansing the coral. Cleansing the coral brings out healing abilities. And it removes something from the Duchess, but I didn't see. Only Table says, I will guard the stone well. By stone, do you mean me? Well, thank you. Let's see. Also, I'm trying to get used to my toggles. That's why I had to flip through a couple quickly there.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
It's almost like they're targeting the only person who doesn't have her paused up on purpose.
Rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. Back to the pit. This expedition at least promises success.
Wow, that's our second ancestor relic already. This quest possibly is going to complete itself very quickly. Yes, unlike last time at the Cove, our damage output is very good.
We require only the strength to follow it. Victories mount, so too will resistance.
Multiple disease charms. I think they don't sell for very much, so I'll take the gold instead. Oh, you actually need 3 inventory slots for the quest items. That will be a problem.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
It's a pretty small mechanic, and this isn't the only game I've ever seen it in. But something that I like about this is that status effects like stun, when they're removed from yourself or enemies, give a buff that lowers the chance of getting that same effect right, immediately after coming out of it. Too many games, I feel like it's just, you can get stuck in a cycle of being stunned. And it just never feels, fun to have that sort of thing happen. Okay, I'm currently valuing deeds and portraits especially over crests. So that's why I'm throwing out what I'm throwing out.
The promise of safety.
Summertime says, Obelisk, you were saying that you needed more stream stamina, but you seem to be doing alright. Lend me some of your power. Oh, I'm barely holding on, Summertime. Although this is definitely the longest I've ever streamed before. Which is good, because as I start doing longer and longer reading streams, I'll need this kind of power. Oh, sorry if you can hear that in the background. Hold on a sec. I'm going to just check out... Oh, that's a curio I don't want. After the 2-hour mark, I start to get tired of yourself and you need to shut up. Don't worry. That will, I totally felt that the first time I streamed. I was like, oh my, I've never heard myself talk so much, but don't worry. It will go away. Only Table says, I've been pretty impressed already by your reading streams. Can't think of the last time I've ever spoken that long. Yapping hard. Yes, yapping is hard summertime. And thank you so much, Only Table, for the compliment. I was very happy with myself at how my reading streams have been turning out. I did them, you know, kind of worried that I don't really see people, VTubers, doing that sort of thing. But, yeah, like I said, I think it's been turning out well. These octopus guys could have just done something very silly, where they targeted each other as the person that they're guarding, and given themselves a lot of protection along the way. I'm actually going to use Grape Shot. No, I'll just use a Pistol Shot to kill this guy in the back. Wow, it didn't kill it. That one's lucky. Very lucky.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Ah, there's a secret door up ahead.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
But we don't have a key. We actually have our quest location coming up ahead, so I will use our firewood when we enter the next room.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
Bandit Sense is really great. Prevents nighttime ambush, gives us better, what's it called? Ambushing.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
And this should be the last battle we have. Oh, there's not even a battle here. I will continue adventuring just to get the next curio.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
And I'll see if we get a free scout off when we enter this room. Nah, we'll just complete the quest. Only good abilities. Alright, that was a very successful quest. And today we finished 2 bosses in addition. So I feel like this is a very good place for us to leave off. Thank you so much for everyone who came by, and especially those who dropped into chat. Now let's see here. We did get a lost and found free upgrade for a weapon. In the end, the hours of rooting through the old barrels and forgotten weapon racks bore fruit. I wonder who will use that on.
A sharper sword, a stronger shield, anything to prolong a soldier's life.
Oh, how about Duchess? Yes, free weapon upgrade. And I'll even get you up to level 2 armor. Or I guess it's level 3 because you start with level 1. I've already talked before, I don't particularly like Jester even before they got nerfed a ton. Nothing super special. Warrior of Light on Occultus is nice, but not the best. Yeah, nothing good at the caravan, so we'll skip that. But we can get experienced recruits now. That is a huge upgrade. This is a great place to leave off. Yeah. I wonder, who is currently on for raiding? Twitch.tv. Let's take a look, shall we? I'll move us back to the app screen. Oh, there's a couple people. I see. Oh, Misha is playing Arch Fatalis. Dizzy Dempa playing Butcher's Creek. I don't think I have ever raided into Dizzy Dempa. Let's do that. Let me load up exclamation point raid. There we go. That's a little raid message. If you want to participate, you can copy paste that. And let's do /raid. Thank you again so much for everyone who came by, and I hope you had an excellent evening, and I wish you sweet dreams.